Hello everyone. Today something completely different than normally. This camera is a bit... There we go. Wait, a bit more zoom. Yeah, alright. Yeah, today we travel to Dundrod, which is a historic race circuit in the northern Ireland, and it's a really nice mod. And this is already a quali session with HRSC league, or like community. Always the quali sessions are very long, which is interesting, but alright. I can use it a bit for the practice, because, well, I have learned the circuit, but I will not say I really mastered the circuit, so a couple of seconds are still laying around. And yeah, hello Mr. Bombastic, hello Marvin. You tested LMU in VR. Well, lucky you. How is it? I wanted to drive like this without the mirror, only with this mirror for max immersion, but I feel like maybe this is not breaking the immersion that much, but still makes it a lot more safe. One second slower with VR. Because of the bad PC performance, or because of difficulty to get used to it? Anyway, I hoped that GP Labs would drive this as well, but I don't think he's joining today. But I don't have the nice historic presentation of this circuit and when there was racing in actual physical life here or not. When did it stop? When did it start? I have no idea, so I will let you guys make some internet searching if you want to do that. But from modding perspective, it's such a nice track. Well, from racing perspective as well. The emission is a little lacking. Wait, what do you mean emission? This corner is like an Eau Rouge, actually kind of same layout. Ah, feeling, yeah. Well, I really look forward to the moment when I'm actually able to experience VR as well. High beat. Less than 20 kilometers from you, nice. Well, then you will be maybe able to tell if the atmosphere in this mod is spot on or not. Ah, white lines, yes. Wait, I'm braking too late. No. Okay, a little bit of a jump. Yep. We will have a little bit of those as well this afternoon. Luckily the quali session is very long, so I can fly and collide as much as I want. Spot on, very nice. Yeah, I guess they modded this track according to the pictures from, I don't know, 50 years ago, so back then probably no white lines. Hedges look the same. Well, today I will be able to tell you if they feel the same when I drive through them. The lap is 4 minutes 15. So it's not that long, but it's not that short either. I hope the contrast is fine. Like, I'm struggling a little bit with how bright the bonnet of the car is and how dark the circuit is. I will need to... Wait, monitor brightness is max. That's weird. I think it's issue with the track that it doesn't wow, yeah, big death. It doesn't reflect the light as much as it should. Hope this... Wait, let me check. I mean, it's a bit dark on the stream, but I mean, that's exactly how it is for me as well. We will manage. It's gonna get sunny at some point, so then it becomes a lot better. Top of the morning, up and down. This corner is insane. It's almost flat out, but if you take it a little bit wrong, then suddenly it's like a downshift and big correction. Or braking even. This braking zone is difficult as well. Curved and then like a kink that feels slow, but when you take it, it's actually quite open. Ah, Oculus Rift. Yeah, I need to at some point figure out, like, I want to have VR. But to have VR I need a much better PC. So let's see if at some point I get infinite money glitch. I will buy something really good, but yeah, let's see how future turns around. This corner, wait, I have to be on the outside and then a very late apex. And then the Irish Rouge. Nice. Tractors. Well, there are rogue what is it? The Douglas airplane, I think. I don't know what exactly the name is, but like the bimotor propeller passenger plane. And there is like some rogue rainbow in the sky somewhere. So some very nice touches. There is the airplane. No, that's the different one. I think there are like 2 airplanes flying around. So brake earlier than previous lap. I should have driven this track a bit earlier in the week and then complained to the admins that the lighting is not good. Handbrake. Oh yes. That was a bit too high RPM. These engines can easily destroy themselves with just a little bit too high RPMs. DC3, nice. I'm not using the tranny mod, like I just downloaded the content that I need to race this. Oh yes, okay. This is a Ferrari 375 Plus, which is Ferrari sports car from 1954 and around that era. Issue is that the modders didn't have good V12 sound samples, so they just kept the original V8 Cobra sound from ISI. Can I show the livery? Yes, the nice Rafa livery. So we are on a quali lap. Bit more sideways than I wanted. I will eventually put in a good lap. Okay, I hope the suspension is straight still. It was just a little bit of a love tap on the barrier. It's still going straight. Yeah, up and down I would have to, right? I didn't race the first round. First round of this series was at Longford, and my mate Ross McGregor from Traction GG has driven and won that round with this car. But he hasn't complained about lighting. Although again, I think it's a track issue. It's not that bright. Like my monitor is on max brightness and so on. So I think it's just the track that would require some clicks to make it more, well, reflecting. And I thought of making the gain on the brightness in OBS a bit higher, but then again the whiteness of the car would be difficult. Just the Irish weather. Well, no rain today. Ironically, there was some rain at Longford in the previous race. Let me remember where the braking point is. I think around here. A bit too early braking. A little bit of damage. Oh, I don't... Okay, well, I made the corner. I already accepted my death. But I stopped the car somehow. Okay. Like, I know the track, I have driven enough laps to know where the corners go. But not enough that I would not get easily distracted by looking at the damage or something. So this is Flatout. And this is Flatout as well, but I need to lift in the end. Very slippery road. I think they made the road like it would feel back in the day, like it's alright, but it's bouncy and slippery. So we open up with with the 4:27.7. Now let's gain 10 seconds. Too much on the limit. Yeah, sorry in advance if I'm gonna miss some messages in the chat today. But there is no long straights in the northern Ireland, I suppose. I think I fueled up for 4 laps, yeah, so I will have this and another one, and then I take a new car. Hey, alright. The rear axle doesn't like me. There was... okay. I'm gonna escape and just take a new car. These hedges are tricky. Sometimes you're able to just drive through them, but sometimes there is like something in them. Let's see, wait, where is... I guess this is the one. Yeah, I need like 10 seconds. I did 17 offline, so it should be kind of doable. But I'm not driving like... I need to mentally put myself back 70 years and get some fear of death in my brain, and then I will be driving normally. But now I'm just driving like it's a random online race, and I keep crashing, and that's unacceptable. Oh, Pete, that's a terrible story or a memory to have, but well, that's part of racing on road courses like this. It's still astonishing how they have races like Isle of Man. Yeah, the lighting is kind of alright now. Probably the car is still too bright, but now that it's sunny, the track is kind of balanced. Marvin, this is a 5-race championship. It started with Longford. Today we have Dundrod, and then we will have Old Spa, Old Le Mans, Old Monaco. Was it one more? No, that's already 5, right? Yeah. And it's basically multi-class, like as it was in 1954. And well, the top class is usually here Ferrari versus Jaguar. But on this track, well, let's see some other classes like Oskari, who's P5 now. He has a slower class car, but in the corners those cars are lighter, and well, despite Dundrod being quite a lot on like Flatout, there are long corners at high speed like this where you just gain a lot by having lighter car. Yeah, Marvin, Old Spa. The long one. So it's a brilliant series. It's actually like either a solo or a team effort. You can have up to 2 drivers per car. Le Mans is gonna be 6 hours. So that one is, well, it can be done solo. But we will do it split. Actually, I will not be driving it because it clashes with Virtual Endurance Championship, unluckily. But the other races I will drive. I just noticed now, here in this column there should be car logos, but they worked yesterday. But Tiny Pedal plugin overnight decided that it is not gonna work today. I could quickly try reloading that vehicle brand editor if I get a good lap in. I just need to focus so hard on these corners. They're kind of all roughly the same looking, like long left into long right into long left, and then I just start losing track of where I am on the track. Anyway, here we go. Yellow flag, alright. Coming from high downforce modern cars, one is tempted to just V-shape all the corners and just like brake and stop the car and then rotate and then accelerate out of corners. But actually there is quite some grip in these cars. Not relatively to the modern cars, but still there is some grip and you can make some nice rotation from the front. What am I doing? Anyway. Celotno pošiljanje. That's worst possible translation. No, I know what you mean. You mean full send. But yeah, well, I mean that doesn't work in Slovenian like this. But good try. This or Targa Florio, Alex? What a question. It's two completely different experiences. In Targa Florio you cannot learn the track really. In normal circumstances, at least, if you don't spend 1 week on the track all day. So it's difficult to compare. This one is very fun. Targa Florio is more about just getting absolute maximum feeling that you can from the car and just knowing what exactly it will do when you see a corner, so you don't even need to learn a corner because you already know when you see the corner what the car will do or how much grip you can expect. But Dundrod is still about learning the track. And the mod is insane. Yeah, really nice. I remember, like, on this section there was some picture of Fangio rolling downwards, reversed after he spun in the corner before, and then he reversed down to the hairpin. So Flatout into Flatout, into braking zone, and then the cloud comes and I see nothing anymore. Okay. This is long right into a crash. On survive. I survived. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, next lap. This is gonna be the one, maybe. How am I not absolutely crashed in pieces? Ah, the rainbow. Not sure if OBS or like if my camera picks it up. Double rainbow, actually. Why do I have these snaps now? They didn't happen in practice. Uh-oh. Big hill. Big understeer. I hesitated at the top of the, or actually at the apex of that top of the hill, kind of. I just don't know, like, if there is in these bushes here like elevated ground or flat ground or some stone or some fence, and then I just hesitate. Here is locking. We are still going straight. Yeah, this one is slower than it looks. No snaps this lap. And into the last right. I think the delta is compared to some other lap, yeah, so 4:22. Alright, that's P4. And now I have fuel for one more lap. Yeah, Kirsten and Prodan are... well, they have practiced. These cars are super happy to lock the rear axle, just from the engine braking. Do I find some hard object to collide into? No, I don't. Nice. I'm still alive. Wait, is yeah, there is... I have gone here outside of the track limits once already, so I know that I can rejoin here, but not like this. I guess I need to gain some speed. Let's wait for the two cars that are coming behind. Then I try to go up. Come on! Yeah! Maybe a bit later. Feels like a BMNG. It flattens here, right? Oh yes. But I don't have fuel anyway. What am I trying here? Anyway. Escape. I'm back out for another lap. But those lap times from P1 and P2 are pretty insane. Actually, I'm thinking what to do. I have tightened the suspension a bit because I think I had a bit more grip when I practiced, but now this is pretty slippery. I don't know what to do with suspension at all. Like, softest feels better, but not really. No idea what to do with these cars. The beautiful thing with this mod is also that there is no holes in the ground. Like, you can just, wherever you see grass, you can drive there. And I've explored quite... Oh! That wasn't too great, but well, he found a ditch, so... And the gaps are pretty big. Kind of almost as big as at Targa Florio for some reason. But I know that P2, well, he's done quite a lot of practice. Kirsten, I don't remember. I've done like, I don't know, 15 laps. Which is normally enough to learn a track, but well, in old machinery with less grip, it's a lot more difficult. As Victor drives with a keyboard, wow. Marvin, it's tricky to answer because in RF2 clutch is not really implemented. So I have clutch on my left pedal, but you don't need clutch in RF2. I have auto clutch on, but it doesn't really do much, like there is no difference in driving, so I need to blip the throttle on downshifts, otherwise the rear axle locks like mad. Well, it locks like mad even when I blip like this. Well, now it didn't, but sometimes it does. And for the upshifts, you just lift and upshift. He's waiting for me to go by, I guess. I'm scared of this driving here, even though I'm in a sim. I can just imagine how scary it must have been in real life. Well, for both sports cars back in the days and then for motorcycles. Like, I mean, a couple of leaves or like one branch falls down of a tree and suddenly braking zone is 5 meters longer in a car, but in motorcycle it can mean that you just go off through a fence if you drive over that. I cannot believe it. I keep messing up this corner. And this fence is yeah, wheel is missing. This fence is not drive-through. Well, we try once more. 20 minutes to go. I don't know what it is about that corner. It just feels like ever since I started learning, it felt a lot more open than it actually is. I always arrive at it and then I just figure out I need to go very slowly, almost like through a hairpin. VR. This would be so nice in VR. Actually, I would think that tracks like this that are very long and require more like understanding of the surroundings, not just muscle memory or like memory of the track. You can actually, I guess, quite benefit from VR because you just like have better vision, better picture of what's going on. So we have a blue flag. I'll try to stop here. No time to check the replay, but try to be a good man. But there is no runoff area. And for the 27th time pit exit, maybe this time it actually results in a lap time. A Targa Flory on VR, that would be just such an insane experience. I think I've driven 2 endurance races there till now. Yeah, one was with that HRSC with the GP laps 2 years ago or so. The other one was with this organization here. Where can I stop? Yes, this is fine. It's so difficult to make a way on such a narrow track. Wait, I have just overtaken this car. Why did I get blue flag for him? We both exit the pits. I'm not quite mentally ready for the race, to be honest. It's gonna be insane. Like, it's 42 lap race, which should be almost exactly 3 hours. And I think, well, main focus will be on survival, and then see how much of a feeling I can get, and maybe channel some of my inner esports driving, if there is still some of it remaining, or maybe catch P1 and P2 if they drive away at the first laps. Ah, nice, Walter. I mean, even with ultra wide sometimes I get tricked. Like a couple of times when going through Eau Rouge, before the crest at the top, I saw yellow flag and I like instinctively raised my head like to see over the kink a bit more. But I guess in VR it's another level. I would be probably trying to touch the grass, like in these bushes. Is this third gear here? I guess it is third gear. Maybe slight loss of power when the rears regain traction. But upshift just takes so much time, so then suddenly it's just better to stay in higher gear. Ah, copy Alex. Well, luckily I'm more leaning towards the camp of iRacing haters, even though I quite appreciate quite some aspects of iRacing, so... There are several tracks where in esports you can just benefit from using a little bit of grass here and there, even on modern combinations. Right, another attempt. I hoped I could go in beneath 420. Ice rental, yes, yes. Corkscrew, ah, alright. Well, makes sense, right? The brain can just perceive everything so much better. It's funny to see yellow flags because you just know there is a car somewhere in a bush. Short shift, and I lose a little bit on exit. Actually, the power at low revs is quite good, and then the delta just explodes when I don't have to upshift. It's a bit deep. Ah, that's not fast. Hey Martin. Ah, you're greeting Doc. Oh yes. So yeah, again this corner, I just cannot deal with it. So much damage there is. Too much damage. Well, time to maybe practice the pit entry because I have never done it yet. Ooh, so early. Ooh. Brake. The brakes overheat. Wait, what? Ah, that's the RF2 feature. Sometimes you escape and it clicks drive for you at the same time. It's 9 more minutes, so that's 2 more laps. 3 more maybe. Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident I can survive Sector 1 and Sector 2, but like in those last right, left corners, I just need to be super careful. Yeah, the race is gonna be 42 laps. Yeah, 42. And yeah, should be exactly 3 hours. Am I a bit late? I am. Okay. Yeah, it's good that I crash now, so I don't crash in the race. But yeah, now this is single attempt till the end. It was quite a nice lap though, the 4:22. But I'm really surprised because offline I mean, I didn't really put any saturated railroad or something like that. It was just easy 417, and then I thought we were gonna be doing 415s, but now I'm 7 seconds off that. Though there was a track update, so maybe some grip levels have been changed. Short and stream. Is that a challenge? No, I know what you mean, but I plan to do the whole 3 hours of the race. let's see how long I get, but yeah, I get repair body from that. But this quali session. Okay, one more escape, the last one. This quali session has not been too confidence inspiring for you guys, right? Not sure if you have ever seen me crash like that on almost every outlap. I don't really have a response to that, but let's see. Still P4. No, for sure there is no respect at the moment for the car. I'm just trying to find limits. Another airplane in the air. I think I have the track on medium details. And there is still a lot of those interesting objects. But I think the issue is just the rear locking, because the engine braking is so aggressive that it's so easy to lose the rear, and then it's difficult to stop the car. Le Mans style angled start. Oh! Good point. Yeah, I've only really focused on learning the track, to be honest, and getting the strategy in. Big death. This is probably third gear as well. It's interesting because third gear is fine if you can get the rear to slide a little bit so you can get some wheel spin. So then you almost like want to use higher gear and then touch a little bit of grass to kick the rear out and get it spinning, and then it's good. Dodinko. I'm not following the modding scene enough to know all the names. Yeah, the sounds for sure. I mean, the sound is good, but it's not V12, so that's bad. The Jaguar and some other cars have the correct sounds, but the Ferrari is missing. That's a shame. We just have V6s and V8s. Wait, is Jaguar V12 or is it V6? I guess makes more sense for it to be V12, right? Although it's... no, I think the Jaguar It's very, very weak, but it's got insane brakes and no drag, so it's actually faster at Le Mans. And it's also a lighter car. And this Ferrari is just about power and acceleration. Yeah, I really hope they get some nice samples for the V12. So, right, these corners. So this is gonna be a braking into a shorter left. And then slower than it looks like long right. Where I keep binning it. Into a slower left. Short again. Actually not that short. And then another slow right into the start of the lap. Okay. This delta from tiny pedal overlay is a bit broken. But it kind of works. Hey, Joao. Yeah, about a V12 I'm conflicted because I don't know if I prefer a V10 or a V12. Try to stay in third. Nah, maybe lay downshift. That's fine. The short shift here worked well. I'm not really gaining the 4 seconds that I would need to gain to get P1. But P3 is doable. Oh, hi, Oskari. Well, let's see. Okay, so brake late but early. Good. Almost perfect. The rear was locking up so much that I kind of didn't need handbrake at all. Come on. That's a P3. Sideways over the line. Oof. Kirsten with 15. I don't know how he's doing that. It's a different car. Okay. 3 seconds, I believe. Like, Prodan really learned the track and really fully sent it. That's not even it's 3000 class. Lambda Loopy, what's that? Is that's not Lancia, right? Lancia is Lancini. These names are funny. Although they are not displayed because they here the team names are displayed. Favero is Ferrari. Yeah, Oscari for sure. Well, the Ferrari is very strong with the engine. High liminal thoughts. Okay, now we jump into the briefing. And meanwhile, full tank. Let me just quickly check. No, that's not. That's LMU. File. I need to delete some logs so this loads faster. Right, oil temp. No, that's not the correct log. I need this one. Oil temp. Well, that's too much cooling. I changed radiator from 3 to 5. 3 was overheating. 5 is too much, so I guess I take 4. 10 Celsius. It shouldn't get hotter than this, right? We take the hard tires. No, we cannot. Let me quickly save. Headset muted. There is still no briefing though.
Alright, let me quickly share
There it is.
screen.
Mr. Nicholas. Where has it gone?
Right. Yeah, the weather report's been out for a little while already, but yeah. Formally, thank you everyone very much for attending. This is the second round of the HRSC Carrera Mundial, the Belfast Tourist Trophy at Dundrod. Probably, yeah, the most dreaded round of the season, I'd say. Because Monaco is, same tightness, but at least a little bit slower. Weather reports from our local clerk of the course and weather expert, Mr. David Purchase, or Doc Slappy. He predicted that the race should remain dry with mild to medium overcast, very, very low rain chances, so pretty much no rain. It will be quite cold, however. We are having a normal standing start. It's notable that this time we will be having a Le Mans grid formation, so at the side of the circuit. As you know, was casual in the 1950s. It'll be a race distance of 42 laps. The race will end after the first time the overall leader has passed the start-finish time. After the laps are complete, don't disregard the time expires. I basically forgot to adjust that, since basically every other race other than Monaco is also in time duration. Basically, after the race leader has finished their race, after that, next time you cross the line, the race will be complete for you guys. Lapping is, as usual, multi-class blue flag rules. Means the lapping cars will have to make a safe lapping maneuver, and the cars of slower cars should follow the normal racing line and remain predictable. At the same time, I've seen that a couple times at Longford, so I think I have to address it here. Especially because the circuit here is extremely tight and extremely fast and extremely deadly. Please remember that, just don't try to fight back. Like cars that are being lapped. So, for example, a 1.5 liter that is being lapped by a 3 liter plus. Of course, the 3 liter plus has to brake earlier because they're almost twice your weight. Don't try to dive bomb them into the next corner, please. It's making it more difficult for literally everyone involved, including yourself. And especially here, it just causes a lot more, danger for basically everyone else on track. So, yeah, like the car lapping carries the responsibility to make the safe lapping maneuver. The car being lapped carries the responsibility to facilitate the safe lapping maneuver as well. Track limits, I don't think it's too relevant here because generally if you are, getting to the point of track limits, you'll be hanging in a sheep fence or a hedge or the side of a building. So I'm just going to gloss over that. Orange zone, all of lap 1 and the pit lane for the whole race, as usual. The pit lane, of course, be careful when coming in and out of the pit lane. It's going to be really, really tight as usual, and you're approaching at quite a high speed. At the same time, please check, that cars in front of you might also be slower in case they are coming into pit and have to stay further on the inside. There's no barrier separating the pit lane and the front straight, so just be careful there as well.
Thank you, Martin. I hope I survived 3 hours.
And yeah, Yuri, I can understand the Discord frustration. It's not too different from the briefing document, though, over here. But yeah, carrying on with a broken car, especially today, should a driver's car be severely damaged, severely broken suspension, or missing wheel, they carry responsibility to either retire the car or safely and cautiously bring the car back to the pits for a full repair of the damage. Should a driver needlessly impair or cause other drivers to crash or potentially end their race, it will be penalized accordingly. Consciously carrying on with a severely damaged car and refusing to repair anyway can be subject to penalty if it ends up being a danger to other drivers. That is, imagine this in caps lock and the entire thing in bold for this race because, yeah, in Dundrod, obviously I'm not going to force you guys to retire if you think you can safely make it back, but especially focus here on safely making it back. At the same time, guys, also, if there's a yellow flag, there's generally a reason. So make sure that you are cautiously carrying on.
The reason is a car in a bush.
Disconnect. It's not a quick repair, so, if you disconnect or lose connection, it's definitely worth reconnecting and continuing the race to try and finish it. And, yeah, pretty much just when you come back, just make sure that you are staying within like the pit markings when you come out of the pit lane. After the race finish, like the paddock at the end is basically the Parc Fermé we don't have here. But yeah, just complete a careful in-lap or just return back to pit lane. Normal amount of beeps should be just 3. It should either be 3 or 2. It shouldn't be one singular beep like at Longford, but yeah, just be prepared. Track map as usual with the entire section here, Rushy Hill. Just be careful at the start, especially, it gets from a wider section with the pit lane and the, starting slots on the right side of the circuit and goes even narrower. So this is a circuit where it's mainly 2 cars width. So especially watch out in traffic, watch out during lapping, watch out during coming in and out of the pits, and just in general, during the race, watch out during overtaking as well.
Thank you, Doc.
Just think twice before you make a ballsy move. It should either be go on the 3rd beep or go on the 4th beep because it's, it goes like either the 2 lower beeps and then the loud trumpet signaling the start. Or it should be 3 beeps and then loud trumpet signaling the start. Are there any more questions?
Is there a slow-moving vehicle placard I can put in the back of my Porsche?
Sorry?
Is there a slow-moving vehicle triangle I can put on the back of my Porsche?
I think you'd have to submit that as part of the livery. Or, on the number plates, maybe.
No, I don't plan on doing this, but if we lose a wheel and could make it safely back to the pits, can the pit crew in R-Factor 2 reattach wheels that
Yes.
we lost? Or all right.
Yeah, like they can reattach wheels. You just have to watch out because like if it's extensive damage, so quite big damage, then they can't repair it. So pretty much like if any like bigger hits, so for example you completely fly into the side of a fence or something and flip multiple times, then even if you make it back to the pit lane, it can very well be that it can't reattach the wheel because the axle is also completely ripped off.
All right, thank you.
I have a scoring question.
Yep.
So in the overall document for the series, it says that 90% of the race distance is only needed for the consistency point. It doesn't say anything about regular points that you have to finish 90% of the race. Doesn't matter because I'm gonna be dead last, but just for clarity, which one is?
Yeah, like I guess the phrasing is not too great on that. I'm gonna rectify that. 90% is also required for finishing points.
Okay.
Like just normal standings.
All right, fair enough.
And just to clarify, that's 90% of class leader distance, not overall leader distance?
Of class leader distance, yes.
Thank you.
I'm not a psychopath that makes 1.5 liter cars try to compete with the 3 liter pluses over the lower distance.
When Ascari wins by 10 laps, I don't have to worry about that lap count because he's at a different...
No, don't worry about it. Also,
Where
again,
is
it's
the
only 42 laps today.
where's the
yeah.
Park Ferme if this track has one?
Park Ferme would generally be in the pit lane, so in the pit in the paddock area. So pretty much where you guys exit from. Yeah, so basically, if you want to enter the Park Ferme, you'd basically do a full in-lap. Or if you're completely clear behind you, then you can very slowly cross the start-finish line and then just turn off into the paddock.
Okay.
But since it's a very fast blind corner, I would advise against that. Unless you're literally like the last person finishing or whatever. Or if you have a spotter, on you with your car that can basically tell you, you're like 30 seconds clear to behind you, so you can do the stuff there. Yeah, check the pit boxes during the briefing, during the rest of the warm-up. Reminder that you can't complete a pit stop without completing an outlap. But briefing is over if no more questions are there. And I guess that's a no on that. So yeah, briefing is over. You're all dismissed. Best of luck. Check the pit boxes, and I hope you all have fun.
Thank you. Okay, so what now? I think I maybe improved the image a little bit, like I reduced contrast slightly, so maybe the white of the car on stream is marginally less white, but I don't know. Bonk. My frame rate is struggling a little bit, well, 120. Despite this not being any crazy content. So where is my pit box? Is it still here? Yeah. So might have the first pit box, maybe the second. I mean, it's not gonna take the pit now anyway. Because I have not entered the pit lane the normal way. I should have practiced the Le Mans start. I really want to see at least one time how it looks like, but I mean it shouldn't be anything crazy. It should be like on Le Mans Ultimate when you do the formation lap. Just that here there is no formation lap, but straight race. I know. I have a feeling about something. I practiced only on full tank. I think the balance is just significantly better on full tank. Like there is more traction, more grip. The rear doesn't lock up. It would not be first time with this car that full tank is faster than empty tank. I can just carry more speed now, yeah. Well, let's see. Maybe actually Mr. Prodan, who is P2 with the same car as I, maybe he was qualifying on full tank and therefore being faster. I remember there was a race at Rouen and I qualified significantly faster with full tank. Is that? I'm going straight. Yeah, the braking zone is not shorter, but it's just more stable. So there is a car coming. Now I can rejoin. Nice. Yeah, I have a rough strategy in my mind, like it's 42 laps, but it should be 30 on one tank, depending on how much lift and coasting we are doing. And then it's like 6.5 per lap. But well, I will let Tiny Pedal plugin to calculate it for me. This time it's easier because it's not limited by time but by laps.
so it's the pit time is like the time lost in the pit lane is not important for the calculation, so it should be quite accurate. Now I am just expecting a tank slapper on every braking zone, but it just doesn't happen because there is 150 kilograms of fuel in the back. So probably the strategy is to just be into the pits as soon as possible. But then at the same time, new tires are still doing something, so I think we changed all 4 tires easily concurrently with the fuel, even though we'd only need to like a third of a tank of fuel to add. So I think maybe around the midway of the race I box. And change tires and refuel and yeah. And this is so much more balanced now. I will shut down the engine, no worries about it. So yeah, it's still the first pit stop, so or first pit box.
Now with full tank it actually feels like I can carry 4th gear into here. But yeah, when the race starts we will all take it very slowly for the start, just to regain the confidence and the feeling. Yeah, look at the delta going down on traction zone. Hi Kamal, yes, it's very scary. Yeah, this corner is still an interesting one. Yeah, the tire wear is very low. I mean, people did multiple races back in the days with the same tires, so... But there is still wear, right? I mean, it's R factor 2 in the end, so you will always gain a little bit with fresh tires and low temps and low pressures. Okay, time to stop. I have a button brake. And, well, let's survive. Yeah, indeed, Joao. I mean, it's drum brakes, right? On a very heavy car. So, they kind of bite a bit, but then they start overheating and then you just don't stop. So that makes pitting very, very difficult. As you can brake very early, but you still just lose the performance and just keep rolling. It's easier here because there is only, well, 2 real braking zones, maybe 3. Only one time you actually like almost completely stop the car. Right. Do grid. I will do grid. That's a weird external sound from some car nearby. That's gonna be fun. I will try my best to survive. Wait, I need to put it to this because then I see exactly when times appear, then it's race. And let's not blow the engine at the start. He has low power. Don't squeeze me. I don't like this. Okay. Yeah, he had the performance in the corner to go around. But into P2, ahead of the other Ferrari. about half the screen being car hood. I couldn't make it better. Because like I would need to do something with camera angle. Otherwise the camera was just pointing into the sky and it was not comfortable to drive. Kirsten was in the grass there, like into Oruge. And this section here is just so nice. Easy flat out and so on. I'm the only one with the handbrake or what? Yeah, the car ahead will pull away in this last section for sure. Oh, Prodan is really fast. Okay. So how do I race these cars? Park it in the middle of the road to block the move? I guess I try to race like they did back in the days, otherwise we will both end in a barrier or in a fence, in a hedge. Nice lag. But yeah, all the cars are so bright. And the grass and stuff is just so dark when it's overcast. So yeah, there is further improvements to be made on the track mod in that regard. Ah, I was so scared into turn 1. I thought I could outbrake him, but then we were suddenly side by side with nobody really yielding. It doesn't feel like I'm 3 and 6 seconds of pace like in quali, so that's nice. A couple of poor guys already escaping. Broden has a little bit of shrubbery in his cockpit now, I suppose. Hi Mike. So let's see if I gain with my handbrake. That's incredible. I mean, I was quite far away, but my racing line through there is so different because of the handbrake. Like I stick my nose in and then rotate with the rear, but they actually just turn like with normal car. So I would need like second and a half gap to them to pull off my handbrake move. I just needed to back out of it. It's again these corners where I struggle so much. And Proden is going for the lead here, I suppose. Where is Oskari? P6. I mean, I see, yeah, I kind of have duplicated data now. Mike, I think it's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought it would be quite pointless, but they made it count with like actual challenges that you complete with your, well, friend or the guy who you register with, and then to compete for that overall leaderboard on a weekly basis. I think it's quite nice. And the AI is alright. And you can save and you can drive wherever you want, whenever you want. I mean, I still probably will not do much co-op. But yeah, I mean, I never really race against AI, but I know that there are many people who like to race against AI. Now you can set AI strength yourself. Oh, what's going on there? Okay. I see paint trading. But Proden is into the lead with the Ferrari, the same car as I have. Finally, handbrake. Handbrake is nice. Finally a decent run through those corners. I still lost over half a second to Prodan. But we are clearing the rest of the pack. Well, I actually used AI a lot in the past to check for multi-class overtakes. Like in the cases where you don't really get much practice with, let's say, LMP2, where to overtake GTEs and so on. Even for Le Mans Virtual Series I was using it. Like, no, don't break my suspension. Okay, still straight. Dark blue but not repairable, right? Yeah, alright. I got away with that one. But yeah, I did want to say, like, I practiced with like 40 AI in GTE and I was the only LMP2. And just like to get the feeling of how the difference in speeds is when approaching certain corners and so on. It was actually good practice. Ooh, third gear is really good here. Bit of lack of power here, but then I avoid the downshift or like the upshift. They're still unhappy with that exit. Prodan had super bad exit out of there. They carry so much speed to do that corner. And I kind of go slow in, fast out. Ooh. Power. Did they collide or what? Cannot think of what happened. I need to focus to make these corners. guess Kirsten, who's now behind me, kind of overshot the braking zone and bumped into Prodan. But the handbrake was beautiful. Don't dive in, please. Thank you. And we will be doing 42 laps of this. Insane. I thought like, well, I give myself 2-3 laps to kind of start to get some feeling, and then it's gonna be easier and easier. But it's not like that. Ooh. Oh, there was some banking on the right side. I thought it's just flat grass. Yeah, the more you drive this, the more you realize, wow, this just requires so much focus. Ah, he's going for shallow apex. Do I overtake here or what? He's letting me go, but I need to brake. Oh no. Okay. I saw Kirsten smashing the rear of Prodan in the rear view. I thought we were gonna all go straight, but we just about made it. This is really like a psychological race, like... Not enough of handbrake. I was actually pushing quite a lot to stay with them in the previous laps, but now I'm like, well, I cannot push that hard for all 42 laps, so... I need to calm down a little bit. It's difficult to see the track and the track limits when the contrast is this bad. Understeer, come on. Okay. I wonder if Prodan and Kirsten have a little bit of damage now. Dan, you drove this in Formula Pro, wow. With Formula Pro, it's mostly flat out, right? Ah, okay, copy. I see. I just realized I'm not displaying my actual track position anywhere. And probably better to stay in third, but the engine wear starts accelerating above 7000 RPM. Perfect. Maybe my setup is too soft on the rear. It just doesn't rotate as much as Prodan's car seems to. Hey Alex, well, qualified in third, quite a lot of pace, but currently first for whatever reason. Although I did, after taking back the lead, or like after taking the lead, I did slow down the pace now, so... But this car just leaves so much more time during a cornering phase, like braking, apexing, accelerating out of corners, so you just naturally have much longer time per lap where you just have to focus compared to modern cars where straight line takes quite a lot of lap. And combine that with a long track, and it's so draining on the brain. Like, you can push hard for 1 lap or 2 laps, but after that, if you keep pushing, then you'll just find yourself in some tree or in some hedge. I love this corner. The compression really brings it into the corner, and then you can just floor it out of, well, through the exit. My delta is actually green. My best corner on the whole track though. Proper esports handbrake. This rally shifter here works perfectly for that. There is no real road on the outside. I just need to keep the nose next to the grass, and then the corner is alright, but if I try to kind of take it wider on the entry to have better run through the corner to open it up, I just keep understeering. Ay. Well, Alex, better 1 second in a corner than 1 tree or 1 bush in a corner. And yes, it is a new haircut. I improved my PB lap on previous lap still. Okay. Just a bit sideways. I improved my B on the previous lap, but Prodan and Kirsten are still closing in on me. I need to be mindful of the brake fade, although I guess there will not be any significant brake fade on this track. The brakes are made to survive 24-hour races on tracks with more braking zones. Hyper, yeah, it's 9054 sports car mod based on the Cobra. But it's, well, the physics, it's a lot different between the cars, so you cannot really say it's the Cobra. But it kind of drives like the Cobra, yes. Ah, the sound. Yeah, the sound actually is copy-pasted because, well, sadly no with valve as it should be. It will be more and more tricky to drive this because the fuel is emptying from the rear and the rear is gonna be tricky and trickier. But this corner will save my race. Right, so early on the brake, take the apex and stay on the apex. And it's a lot better. Same here, I suppose. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's just funny that with full tank, or well, whatever of 140 liters-ish that I still have, I'm lapping second faster than my quali lap, because, well, it really looks like the low fuel is detrimental to the pace of the car. Okay, just enough grip. Alex, there is no rev limiter. The rev, well, there is a rev limiter, but it only works once. And after hit it, you can have a nice barbecue. Yeah, the rules are like, I mean, always the overtaking car has the duty of making a clean pass. But if you're a slower car, you have to, well, not defend. But you don't need to move over, because this is kind of multi-class. I can hear Proden downshifting, actually upshifting to fourth. He stays in fourth through all these corners. That's why I gain so much. I hope I'm not destroying my engine too much. And well, it is... it's not easy to drive. But, I mean, it's drivable. You just have to respect the car, right? Which is what I was not doing in qualifying. The rear can snap quite soon, and the engine braking on the rear axle is a real issue on low fuel, but it's not difficult to catch a slide. I think the most difficult thing is to actually understand how much speed you can carry into a corner, which I'm not doing well, especially through these corners here. The engine wear is there, yes. Yeah, the RPMs are super tricky, so like, I don't know if you can see on the OBS, there is like 7,300 sticker somewhere on the dash. And if you're going 7,300 on the RPM, engine is basically degrading at very fast rate already. Yeah, there is another sticker 6,900, which is kind of the last safe RPM. My delta is green and Prodan is eating me alive. I think I'm just slow in first few corners and in last few corners, but in the middle of the track I'm kind of alright. And the H pattern shifter is a different challenge as well. In the practice I went from second to third gear. No, don't, okay. Still straight. Oof, thankfully no stone or no barrier in that hedge. Ay. Yeah, I went, in practice I went from second to third, but I ended up in first. So naturally a big boom happened in the engine bay. Prodan has nailed it this time. Kirsten is gaining on both of us. But I think he's happy to fuel safe. Well, Herman, drum brake experience. It's much worse on Targa Florio. I've driven this car around Targa Florio, and on the second part of the track when you're going downhill constantly, it's impossible. I thought the guy would spin across the track. I wonder where are all the Jaguars? Because the last time I drove a league or a series with this mod, it was a big battle between the Ferrari and the Jaguar. But now, well, Oscar is P5, but Oscar is already a slower class car. So this has now been like 1/4 of the race. So let's not explore the hedges anymore like I did here previous lap. The engine revs. I don't know. 4th gear is safer, but then I need to downshift. And when I downshift, the revs can violently go very high. And that can be an instant engine bang. I forgot to fix the car logos not displaying. That would be quite useful, as I don't really recognize the cars from that era by the looks alone, especially from the back. I have no idea how much clearance I have ahead. Hyper, I'm not really using it now, because RF2 doesn't really have clutch simulated. I mean, it kind of simulates it, but not really. I'm taking this corner completely wrong every time. Kirsten is boxing, or did he crash? I think I know what he's doing. He's taking the early pit stop. This race is basically one pit stop. From here onwards you can make it on full tank. Yeah, on one full tank. And the car is faster on full tank compared to empty tank, because empty tank balance is just impossible. So he's going for a nice undercut. Missed the apex. Now I don't know whom I should cover on the strategy. Prodan or Kirsten. But Kirsten will get stuck behind some traffic, maybe. A bit wide, but we survived. Yeah, Marvin, it's a lot of diving and squatting, yeah. So I actually had to like make the camera position to pitch downwards to have a better view. Otherwise it was just looking into the sky too much. Like here it's already pitching a lot into the sky on the exits. And it was much more than that by default. I don't know, I don't have any rotation. I will learn how to take these corners eventually. I don't know. They just feel a lot more open than they actually are, so I just start understeering him in the middle of the corner when I think that I can actually use a bit more throttle. Well, better to take conservative line. So it's a yellow flag, but probably the car in question is far away from the track. But I still have to be ready to stop in case it's in the middle of the... it's in the middle of the road. No! Okay. He saw us. It's just that helpless moment when you see that, well, you slow down, you can safely make it through, but it's all in the hands of the car that has spun around to rejoin safely. I'm going straight. This is not great. Can I rejoin here? I can. And the car is still straight. It's a bit broken, but it's alright. One moment of scare and my brain was just completely, well, enabling me to make one braking zone. Dear, oh dear. Well, some more work to do now. At least I'm alive. I don't think I braked too late. I just didn't apply the brake pedal enough when I should. Anyway, good to have had so many crashes in practice and qualifying, so now I roughly know which hedge is drive through and which hedge is with a fence. Oof. Alright. Back into the focus. I think I could actually have made the corner, but I wasn't sure. Because the corner just looks a lot tighter than it actually is. But the issue is that, like, there is a bit of hedge on the exit of that corner, but then suddenly this banking starts, so if you're still kind of recovering from the hedge, then you just get launched. This corner is so weird. Feels like it's constant radius, but at some point it opens up, so you can just floor it. If you made a slow entry, you can just floor it midway. So how are my tires? Yeah, the rear are wearing naturally a bit more than the front. Actually, I'm thinking of just swapping the rears, so that on low fuel in the end of the race I have a bit more stable car. I think I'm now within half a second of Donut in the last few corners, but in Sector 1 he's just so fast, yeah. You need a lot of precision there. And I don't really have it. So here's the hedge, and like here the banking starts. That was a really good run. Oh, see you later. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. Was it so close to the barrier? Please be straight. Yeah, it's straight. Oh, that was not just a mini heart attack. Well, I was close to that barrier, but I didn't think I was about to touch it. I actually touched it. This just requires more focus than any esports with modern cars, to be honest. Well, this thing is a dark blue tank, maybe a light blue in some places. Let's see how blue am I. Very blue. I'm just surprised because in practice every such hit resulted in severe damage. Just keep I just have to keep having focus on. I think I got a bit overconfident seeing the delta was -1 second, so it was going to be a really nice lap. And at the same time the gap to Prodan was disappearing. And I was like, well, this is good. One corner after that, I am having a heart attack. Is he trying to defend or what? Three wide. Is there a gap? Okay, there was a gap. But I think I'm catching Prodan, which is nice and surprising. I'm sending it too hard. I really wonder what kind of pushing style people had back in the days when they raced sports cars around here. But then I imagine quite some of them were like World War II pilots. So they have been accustomed to much bigger risks for their lives, so they had it easy to go full push. Is there a gap? Alright. But Broden was going quite slow, no? I think I was making green sectors when I was ahead of him and he was all over my rear. But now he lost like 8 seconds in 3 laps. While I was, well, basically on the same pace. Yeah, the tire drag is like it used to be. No grip, no wear. But I think it's still free tire change at the pit stops because it's concurrent with fuel. Yellow flag. Oh, Donut is getting held up. I need to check what's the gap to Kirsten, who has already boxed. About flag rules, that's a great question. I guess not really. I mean, I would assume these blue flags here are like air factor to implementation of stuff. There is a bump on the grass on the right. Kirsten has gained so much time. He's absolutely flying. He was over a minute behind. Jesper basically P3 at the moment. because Kirsten has already done his pit stop. A bit too much of the drift. That's the Douglas something 3 or whatever the plane is. I think I mixed up 2 corners again. Yeah, now we are exiting the last corner. B-17, wait, B-17 was a bomber, right? I think this was just like a passenger plane from after war years. DC-3, okay. I played a little bit of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000 many years ago. So I very roughly know about some stuff. More than 2,000 hours, okay. Yeah, my much older brother flew a lot in that game, or that sim. But I just took the... was it F-16? Or what was that fighter plane? I think it was F-16. Ooh, Prodan wide. Should I go for a move? He will let me go. Because I have overspeed. Well, back into provisional P2. Well, after MS Flight Sim 2000, I've not really tried any other flight sim. But I watched some videos of the latest ones, and they looked amazing. Yeah, Joao, a great question. I mean, I think I'm keeping consistent pace all the time, but he was quite slow for some laps. I'm not sure. Gap to Kirsten expanding again. So this one is a bit more open on the exit. Okay. And the next short left is more closed. Yeah, I just need to wait for longer to go flat out. Don't do that to me. Okay. And had to lift not to collide with the... Yeah, 2 kilometers per hour too fast into the apex and everything fell apart. I struggle in these corners the most, I think. More intense than WEC. Yes, this feels more intense than anything. When the biggest battle is just to keep the car on track. I guess we keep switching places. I need to learn how to carry a bit more speed into there. I keep V-shaping it instead of carrying speed. think I have finally learned that sequence of the corners in the end. Now I just need to figure out how to take the first 5 corners. Oh yes, Jesper. Actually, I'm leaning onto the fronts a lot more with this car than with the McLaren 720. That was a good run, I think. But this here must be one of my favorite sequences of corners ever. That acceleration zone through half lift into compression, into jump, and then into a curved braking zone. I just need to keep carrying third gear and then it's fine. The shifts are really tricky. They just take such a long time and introduce just such a big balance change. Oh dear, I cannot speak anymore when driving this car. A bit sideways, but it's a PB. Hi Joe, it's free mod, well, free car, free track. Nothing paid. Well, I paid for the livery. I mean, team paid for delivery. Not sure if the game is reading my mind, but I thought about boxing. Because car is quicker with more fuel. And we are kind of in the middle of the race now. But I need to calculate the fuel. So I've used... Yeah, the tiny pedal plugin now just shows how much fuel I have to add, but my HUD is set to show what amount of fuel I will exit the pits with, so I need to calculate. But there is no straights. Carry speed. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it would be plus 64 if I emptied this tank and then boxed. And I think I will change all 4 anyway. I am front limited in some corners, so I would not like to understeer, let's say here. That the wheel screeching from wheel spin sound is a bit exaggerated, I think. Yeah, I think I will maybe do one more lap. And I will set the strategy accordingly. Right, so I will need, well, this plus this, but after I box. I mean, after I do this lap. So let's say 2 times 63 is 1 to 6. Minus 1 lap is 1 to 0. Yellow flag. Where is the car? Okay, no more yellow. Yeah, I need to think again. So this, it will be 20 laps to go. I mean, I can just calculate. I keep thinking it's timed race, and I don't know about laps, but I know exactly it's 22 to go. It's 20 laps to go, and I need 6.5 per lap ish. With full push, although last lap has been much less. So yeah, 120 is on the low side. Thank you, Joao. I think I will calculate with like 6.3. And then 6.3 times 20 would be like, what, 126? A fourth gear is alright through here. One to 6 copy. Thank you. Yes, this should be good. Okay, yeah, that should be alright. I can feel safe for 6.3 anyway, in either case, without losing much. I need to brake early because, well, I didn't mean like this, but yeah, pit stop is early. And then the brakes are overheating and fading. But we are in. Oh, back stretch. Eat some glucose indeed. Well, the sugar is good, but it could keep falling. Speaking of the blood sugar, well, I have new sensor today. It's on this arm. Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's not blow up the engine. Engine not blown up. That's nice. Kirsten is so far away. But oh well, he has a different car from the same class, and that car was 6 seconds faster in quali. Luckily the track is so long that and the strategy is so open that there is never a mess in the pits. But yeah, I remember a race from a year ago or 2 years ago in this organization. It was the Monza 6 hours or something like that, with the 67 sports car mod, when the leader boxed, went into first gear, wanted to accelerate, and the engine just over-revved. And it was a DNF instantly. Well, I need to perform a nice undercut here, or like defend from overcut. I don't know about Kirsten. I don't think he has. No. Yes. Okay. Oof. One more mini heart attack, but the compression there saved my life. Yeah, like the fuel tanks in these times lasted for like 2 hours plus. So Kirsten will have no problem going till the end. And, well, while the tire wear is low, the thermal deck could be significant. But well, let's see. I mean, this gap, like, it kind of keeps jumping up and down. Probably because the AIW file is a bit, well, loosely written. I mean, that happens anyway at every track. The gap stops being reliable when it's far away, especially in modded circuits. So it's only like reliable over the line. Well, Joao, he was 6 seconds faster in quali again. I don't know. I mean, I was super slow in quali. So maybe the effective gap is more like 3 seconds. But then again, in the first stint, he was not really coming close to me and like close to overtaking me and Donut. But okay, let's say it's 39 seconds over the start-finish line and we see next lap around. Well, maybe in the first stint it was just fuel saving. But these gaps are weird. Like Prodan lost almost 10 seconds to me and Kirsten gained 5 seconds. Like almost instantly. I mean, it's feasible that Prodan gained 5 seconds instantly. I mean, lost because of a mistake, but I don't know how the gap to Kirsten increased so rapidly. Understeer, but that hedge there is safe. I've taken it in the past already. So not that much of a heart attack. Too shallow entry. Yeah, now gap to Kirsten suddenly increased by 4 seconds. And to Prodan as well. Well, let's see over the finish line. Clipped the dirt a bit too much, or whatever it is there on the apex. I wonder if it's possible to actually roll the car there. I would not like to try. Hi Wilson Place. What car am I driving? This is Ferrari 375 Plus, which is a early 50s Ferrari sports car, which competed versus the Jaguar at Le Mans back in the days. I like the fourth gear into there. Oh, that's better. Fourth into the left, downshift to third into the right. I keep stabbing the throttle and the front keeps going into the clouds, meaning understeer. That's not great. It's always best to just go on throttle once. But that means that you need to nail the entry. Most of the time it's compromised. Felt like I'm gonna run into the hedge, but there was just enough grip. Glad I changed all 4 tires, to be honest. Your AFK copy. Another missed apex. I think I should have Prodan covered when he boxes eventually. But not sure if anybody will be able to touch Kirsten. Unless there is something going on with the strategy that I don't understand, but... yeah. I think Kirsten just did the perfect job. Strategy and driving wise. Well, we're a bit lonely on the track now, but for the first half of the race we were battling with Prodan and Kirsten all within 2 seconds all the time. That was quite stressful. With this kind of cars, it's just the driving itself is such a challenge that then having cars around you on the same pace just makes it very, very tricky. But well, very, very fun. But scary still. I think I have Lawrence Sector 1 finally. That felt very, very good now. The pace is a lot better than any other lap somehow. I wonder if I'm just learning the track or if the real road or like the track rubber is evolving, which surely is. But car seems to be gripping better and better. No barrier, please. But that's gonna be a beautiful lap time. 17.4, which is what I wanted to do in qualifying already. But it really looks like that empty tank is just, I don't know, 4 seconds slower. Or yeah, 3-4 seconds maybe. The good thing about the drum brakes is that at least you cannot really lock up the fronts and understeer straight on like in Le Mans Ultimate. Hi Scalino. Yeah, it's Dundrod. Well, I guess if you search for Dundrod, yeah, you will find it in the workshop. Should be quite easy to find. I'm just trying to think where I got it. I mean, we have a Discord for this series or this community, so I just click links there. But yeah, I think it must have been a free track or like a Steam Workshop item. I think I have destroyed a bush there with my rear left. Luckily it wasn't collidable. Come on. I mean, normally when you understeer, the last thing you should do is turn in like crazy, but this is what sometimes works in R Factor 2. So, a bit broken muscle memory. Yes, Kalino, I have never raced here before. So when this race was approaching, I quickly looked at some YouTube on board and thought, well, I hope the lap time is like 3.5 minutes or so, that it's not not too much longer. But well, it turned out it's quite a long lap. 4 minutes 15, 4 minutes 20. But still, well, 3 hours is manageable. Missed the apex on the first turn, and then the second one was off as well. That was on the limit. What the snap? Didn't feel like I did much different line than any other lap, but the rear just didn't like it. Scalino, I mean Targa Florio or some other historic track? Yeah, I mean there is quite some content for that era of racing. I still sometimes hear now in some laps at a random moment start panicking because I forget where I am and what corner comes next. Luckily I have always remembered in time. Kirsten will actually catch Prodan before Prodan boxes, or what? Well, I mean, Prodan has to box quite soon anyway. Joao, it's a good way to keep brain young, right? To force it to learn all the racetracks. But typically, like, it's quite funny. Typically I need like 15 or 20 laps to learn a track. But then, well, of course, further 100 laps to actually extract most of the pace from the car. Not talking of esports. Esports require way more than that to learn the final tour of 3/10. Thank you RF2 for working slip angles. Much appreciated. I still drive like I'm gonna crash if I slide, but every time I slide, I feel like it's kind of much easier to catch than I expected. It's still slower though, so... Yeah, if you do a race, then... Yeah, then... Well, actually, now that you say that, there is a couple of tracks where I know that I have raced, but... If I went to race again, I would probably have to like do 5-10 laps till I actually remember every corner. But like races with small fun league, I don't know, 15... Maybe 10 years ago. Back to the hedge. That's a good hedge. Never damages me. I think I did hit something in that hedge that I didn't hit before, but still going straight. But I'm happy with that hedge. Feels like I pushed for PB for like 3 laps and now my brain is melted. And I just need to take it a bit easier for some time. Yeah, when I did the PBs I was keeping up with Kirsten, but when I'm not doing PBs I'm dropping as well. But yeah, Broden has lost a lot of pace. But Broden will box soon. And should be like 20 seconds behind me, even maybe 10 or 15. But then, like, I remember the not screenshots, photographs of old racing cars after races. They were always like missing a headlight, or front like bumper was a bit dented, or the rear was dented, or the grille was broken or missing, or something like. In my brain it's like, well, people raced this, they feared for their lives, they were very safe. But most likely they were pushing like crazy and using the hedges and the walls to rotate and so on, and bumping against each other like they do nowadays. Just the speeds were lower and maybe they got injured, maybe not. They didn't care that much. I will soon enter the sub 50 liters remaining territory, which means that I need to get ready for the rears to start locking up into the apex, and that's not gonna be fun. Oh, there is a hill on the apex. I didn't know. I'm confused about my fuel usage. When I was testing, I had like 6.5, sometimes 6.3, sometimes 6.6 per lap. Now I have, well, 6. I guess I'm just carrying more speed for corners or something. Too close to the barrier. That flame on the downshift of the car head would look much nicer if I turned up the details and the special effects. But I suddenly had 150 FPS on empty track offline, so I thought, well, if I don't reduce some post-processing and some effects and stuff like that, then I will join the server with 50 FPS. Hi Kahel, so Prodan has not yet boxed and I have boxed. Kirsten has a faster car, so it's a BOP issue. Yeah, I think if I do everything perfectly and just keep doing PB after PB, I can like gain half a second to a second per lap to Kirsten. But his car is just much lighter. I need to double check which car he actually has. It's the same class, like the 3000 plus, but I don't know which was it exactly. Like there would be a logo here in the tiny pedal overlay if it worked, but it broke overnight. That was as late as physically possible on the brakes. There are so many yellow flags through this corner. Ah, there is some smoke far off track. Ah, nice, Kalina. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more easy now than it was 6 months ago, because people generally just have more rating. But yeah, I mean, at some point it just becomes very difficult. I've just touched the Gold 2, but then had a game crash and now I'm back to Gold 1 and then it just takes 2 weeks to get anywhere. I just realized I'm like reaching for the shifter like the animation in Assetto Corsa. When it's reaching the shifter and then you don't shift and it just keeps holding the shifter. Where is the grip? Well, Scalino, either way, enjoy the progress. Kirsten is stuck behind Prodan. Well, I guess he's in no rush to overtake anyway. Was a bit too much of slip angle, but I went too deep, so I had to overdo it on the handbrake. Hi Eric, this is Dundrod, an old road course, like on local roads. In Northern Ireland. Hello, Robert. So what do we have? 11 laps to go. So fuel is safe. Yeah, Donut from P2, he has to box this lap for sure. Yeah, nice catch. Yeah, there will be more and more of rear stepping out now on low tank, as the tank is at the rear and the balance changes dramatically, going from 190 liters of full tank down to 0. So I just need to be careful. I mean, for now I just need to keep driving fast enough to still be P2 ahead of Prodan. But Kirsten is probably way too far ahead. Ah, Prodan has made a mistake, I see. Yeah, I just need to play it safe and enjoy the driving. Even if I go flat out, I will never be able to put any pressure on Kirsten to make him go off or something. Is this a scary place to lap a car? Robert, great question. So this steering wheel is actually... I mean, I have Simicube, and this steering wheel is actually T500 RS. And I have Simicube quick release and I drilled some holes so that it fits onto the QR. T300 RS I think has blue mark at the center. T500 has a red. But it's nice, round and big and good material. And for cars like this, you cannot really drive with modern wheel rims that are not round. Actually, I have another round steering wheel, which is that replica of the McLaren that Ayrton Senna drove. That one which had that personal logo with green and red buttons. From 3D Rep. I forgot where I am. Fourth gear, Flatout. Come on. In this section, every lap I forget for a split moment where I am. If I'm talking or if I'm not talking. So weird. But I was talking of that 3D replica. I have that, but it's small. Probably like, yeah, as if it started when this ends on the inside. If that's an understandable explanation. I would need to measure the centimeters. My only issue with this steering wheel is that it has no buttons. But then again, I'm using it for cars which didn't have any buttons on the steering wheel, so I guess it's appropriate for the era. I would need to get some steering wheel like GP Labs has. That big wooden wheel. That would be quite nice. And then crank up the FFB and add some damping. And that would be quite a nice experience. Yeah, the rear is getting light. I need to keep telling myself that, otherwise I'm gonna add in some barrier. Ah, that was Prodan in the pits. So we are back into pit 2. Which is kind of a nice achievement, considering that I qualified 3 seconds slower than Prodan and 6 seconds of Kirsten. But again, half of those 6 seconds is BOP between cars. And the straights are just not long enough for this track to make the Ferrari power shine. Well, Scalina, about sort of wrists. Actually, the wrists feel best when driving. Sometimes they feel sore, like later after the race or next day or after 2 days after a big esports event for which I practiced a lot. And then I go drive again and they don't feel good, but when they're warm, it's fine. But for this car, like, it's not as extreme as with, let's say, hypercars in LMU. Because in LMU I usually drive with gloves and with wristband. Just because of how much forces and how fast the forces are. But here, the FFB is actually, I wanted to turn it up a little bit because it's quite light. But then for a 3-hour race like this, it's appropriate. Prodan 1 minute behind. He must have repaired some damage. So this should be end of strategies. Everything sorted. And we are in the middle of nowhere, so we can just enjoy the scenery for the last 10 laps. And not do any silly mistakes. Fanatec WRC wheel, I need to check it. Nice line. Thought I was gonna roll it. Long stint in endurance. Actually, I had the biggest issues, I think it was for Formula E esports qualifying. Like, there were some qualifiers and the top 3 or something got selected to compete in, I think, was season 2. Didn't want to drift like this, but the rear is light. So I was driving like crazy that Formula E car around that Berlin track for a week to get anywhere. And at some point the wrists were killing me. Kirsten has crashed. Look at that. The gap is closing down. Let's see if he's just... Now it's increasing. He must be in some... He's off! Oh dear. Okay, well... I guess he's done what I did, just that I got very lucky that I actually caught it many times. Oh, that's a big one. That must be a big pain for him. Maybe it was a disconnection though, so I mean either way, it's a big pain. But crashing out of an easy lead is even worse pain. So yeah, anyway, when the wrist started to kill me, I just took some what's it called? That white fabric out of first aid kit and well, tightened it around both wrists, and it was immediately better. So now I just have some sports bands around the wrists and it's alright. But it's not about 2 or 3 hours of consecutive driving, it's about 5 hours of practice every day for a week before a big event, let's say. Although recently we didn't really have any big esports events. What was the last one? I guess Sim Formula Europe at Maastricht in January. I really feel for Kirsten. Poor guy. FSR... It depends. Mr. President Cameron Rogers seems to be retiring for all sim racing duties. So some things need to click together and then it should be quite a nice one. Okay. I wasn't sure what he's gonna do. Oof. So yeah, for FSR, don't, no, don't roll. Okay. Still straight. Still straight. Whoa, this car is insane. Hey, it's straight. Is there anything non-blue? Right side pod is not blue. And the front and the rear wing, but obviously the car doesn't have a front and a rear wing. And it's still going straight. It's funny because I've done all these mistakes in practice and each time the car was completely broken. No, the balance is fine, it grips up. So 8 more laps. To be honest, let's just check the gap. 50 seconds to Salminen. 50 divided by 8 is like 6 to 7. And that's how many seconds I can lose per lap. Yeah, but no, about Formula Sim Racing, to continue on that, it depends on a lot of things. If there is a big Le Mans Virtual Series next year, I don't know, like if they do something like... I mean, ideally what I would do if I was in charge and if the game was ready, it would for surely be like parallel series to World Endurance Championship. Like 1 week before the WEC race there would be Le Mans Virtual race, or 2 weeks before, or however big of a gap is needed to have the real life drivers join in. And then if that happens, that means that I shouldn't really spend my energy on anything else. But if it's just like a little bit of racing now and then I will for sure need to find something competitive to race and to stream. But yeah, that would be indeed massive. There is not really any need to find crazy money to fuel up the prize pools. Because just like the outreach or like the exposure is so nice from that people will want to drive. And then WEC could implement a cheeky rule. Don't go off of this corner again. Thank you. WEC could implement a cheeky rule that forces drivers to somehow attend the virtual races at least 1 or 2 times. But let's see what ACO, the organizer of WEC, thinks about stuff and how important the gaming and sim racing perspective is for them. We just need to wait and see. I'm going safe, but I'm still close to the barriers, so I don't know how that happens. on the gap to Salminen dropped by 8 seconds, but I think it's just a timing bug or like timing inconsistency, because last time I checked on the other side of the track. I mean, it would be nice if like the real life teams just like got the mandate to fill the car or 2 cars or whatever. They would be instantly very involved. But yeah, let's see what happens. First, the GT3 cars need to be released, and the game needs to be fixed. It has to stop crashing due to random bugs that still have not been ironed out from the fresh new code. Yeah, Pete, I mean there are many options that they can go for. To kind of force teams to take more active role in LMVS and so on. I see there is going to be a huge fight for P2. Shame there are no trackside TV screens around the track, so that I would be able to watch it. Avus, oof. Well, there is a track, but I need to talk to Hillebrand, who is the main guy here in HRSC. But I think, yeah, we would need maybe a bit different format, because, well, at Avus everything would be already predetermined, like the Jaguars would win because they have no drag and they have disc brakes. The Ferrari would, well, gain quite a bit out of the hairpins, or out of the only hairpin, and elsewhere the Jaguar would just keep accelerating. I just had another of those moments where I approach a corner and I'm like, wait, which corner is this? I mean, obviously I just went over the start-finish line, but still. It's really mentally draining. 3 hours around such a track where one single mistake means a DNF. But then the brain just decides, well, I'm shutting off one specific center or a CPU core of the brain just for a split second to rest, and then it wakes up and then I'm like, where am I? Well, I'm trying to keep some focus, but again, like, there is no it's actually like psychological battle, right? Like, there is no pressure from behind, there is nobody ahead to catch, so I just need to stay on track, and that's the perfect conditions to have a massive crash. And the rear is now very light because fuel is going off. There is nothing loading the rear axle anymore. This number, like end fuel, this is the liters that I will have when I cross the finish line. And it's going down somehow. It was 4 before or something, I don't know. And I'm going slower and slower, so I should be having lower and lower fuel consumption. Nine seconds of pace. I have 33 to go. I mean, 33 to lose. 5 laps to go. I must go slightly faster. And Pete, when you say mini Nord, I guess that's how Nordschleife felt before they installed curbs and painted the lines and made the barriers. like the proper metal barriers. It was just like this. Just 3 times longer. Must have been a crazy experience. Okay. And I'm taking it so safe, but I'm just failing the lines. So I was safer when I was going 5 seconds faster. It's really weird. It's totally opposite experience compared to modern race cars, where you go like 1 second slower or half a second slower and you're suddenly not on the limit anymore and you're just very consistent and everything is fine. But the limit of grip in these cars is just so undefined and like it's just so completely different experience to push these cars. That when you start going slower, it indeed means that you're kind of same likely to crash, or even more likely in some corners. My brain is just melted, it's such a weird feeling. Well, I lost 6 seconds, that's max I'm allowed to lose. Yeah, and then Salminen and Prodan are keeping themselves focused as they battle for P2 and P3. I really wonder what happened with Kirsten, if it was actually a big crash or a misshift. We'll have to check the replay. Hi, David. I think it's just a beautiful mod. It looks better when it's sunny. I'm not on max details. I tried cranking up the details to quite high. But yeah, the FPS went down. I think track is medium details, texture details is max. Post-processing, I think it's medium. And then I have reflections on medium as well. Both road and environment reflections on medium. Shadows are medium and blurriness on fast. No, I think no, low and fast, yeah. Lowest possible, but still on. So it's not the lowest, it's not full esports low details, but it's not really high either. Yeah, I did put shadows on. Like I felt like for track like this, shadows are like a part of the experience that you just cannot remove. Like driving through this wood or like forest here or whatever. It's not really a forest yet, but you just have to have some shadows for the immersion. But the track is insane, so good. There is still this annoying shadow bug when the shadows are kind of like 10 meters away from you, like moving. There is like a line in shadow that just keeps moving with you. Hard to explain, but well, David, you know exactly what I mean. But well, I cannot see it, but if I start to watch for it, I notice it instantly on the barriers and stuff. ACC bug, yeah, well, it's much worse on ACC, I think. That's 9 seconds of pace. I don't feel like I'm 9 seconds of pace. Okay, 4 more laps. LMU still has that bug or what? Yeah, that's not great. And I see Prodan has overtaken for P2. So he will be quick. This corner is so tricky on low fuel. Actually, in LMU I have shadows off anyway, so I cannot see. But on LMU I really need to put everything that drains the PC resources to absolute minimum, and I'm still struggling to keep consistent frame rate. Well, it would be quite fun to have some rain here during the race as well. But the forecast is completely dry. Although I think that it would be quite difficult to see anything in the rain because of the reflections. The car is just too bright. Oh, they crashed! They both crashed. Need to check that. But well, I'm safe. I really wonder what happened there. Must have been some collection in a braking zone. Like now I have more time to look at the scenery around, but the more I look at it, the more I look at it, the more it feels like insanely detailed. Like what a mod. Usually when you have a track like this, if you look far enough, you will see like just some random textures there just to kind of keep roughly the same color style, but very low detail. And yeah, but here I look around, everything is beautiful. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Well, it's art, right? You don't do this to earn money. You do this because you want to do it and because it's beautiful. Two laps to go. Hi Jake, best country, yeah, I suppose. I would need a button to quickly hide my delta because it's much worse than the driving would suggest with this car. I just think that like once you start to go conservative with these cars, it means that you will start braking earlier, and it's much earlier than on modern cars. Like on modern cars you have kind of a braking point, let's say at 100 meters or 120, and then when you start going conservative you brake 5 meters earlier and it's all very stable and predictable. But here braking point is like, I don't know, between 500 and 600 meters, and you start braking conservatively, and that means you're suddenly braking at 800 meters or 700, and you just don't know what exactly you are doing and what to expect from a car, and suddenly you just lose 2 seconds in a braking zone, despite feeling kind of close to the limit. But let's not have another visit to some bush like we had before. The roads look the same as today. Well, nice. Well, I don't know about Irish economy and stuff like that, so I don't know if how much stuff improved over 70 years. Actually, I don't really know what exact year Dundrod track here in RF2 is meaning to mimic. would be so lovely to be able to have like some Slovenian countryside, like not real racetrack, but like just select some countryside roads and make a mod out of them someday. Well, I said at the start of the race, or in the quali, about VR, like if I ever hit the live glitch with infinite money in the bank account for whatever reason. I mean, yeah, first thing would be a crazy NASA PC and VR, and then I would pay somebody some money to make a nice track, or maybe a track pack. Of tracks that would be as good quality as this. And now we have the low fuel logo destroying the immersion. One lap to go. Well, for perfect immersion, I guess I can turn the mirrors off. Now this one needs to stay on. Yellow flag, oh no. Okay, it's gone. Let's not explore the surroundings of the track yet. Salminen has crashed now. Wait, wasn't Prodan in P2? I mean, I guess it's a trade-off. Either you keep pushing and keep crashing, or you drive 8 seconds of pace like I am doing now and not crash, but the gaps in the end will be the same. Just that my car will drive straight and there will be a bit sideways. Yeah, I started making like kind of a racetrack, like imaginary racetrack that would be placed in Slovenian, like at the bottom of the foothill of the Alps. Would be quite scenic, but yeah, I have no idea how to make tracks. I just had that Bob Tracks builder. But then I ran out of time and motivation, so I never achieved anything. Well, I achieved a raceable track, but it was just asphalt and barriers. Well, then potentially this track is made with real life, with current real life footage around. And then the white line is removed for historic accuracy. Yeah, it's a real job indeed. And if well, if you have limited resources in life, if you need to spend the time elsewhere, then yeah, it's impossible to make something like this. And then if, I mean, I guess you really need, I mean, I don't know who exactly made this mod, but you either need to be like a student or like a high school, in high school with a lot of time and like big plans of learning into 3D modeling and so on, and going to like some prestige university to study this, and then you do this because you have so much time, or like because you spend all the time that you have on this, or you just need to have a couple of millions or billions in bank account and some skills and just a lot of time, and then you just mod tracks just for fun. And well, that's quite a meaningful thing to do, and then you can really enjoy it and others can enjoy it. Anyway, here we go across the start-finish line after a grueling 42 laps of finding the hedges. Where is the parking? I guess I missed it. There is some parking space. Is that like a... I guess there's how to say, I cannot speak English anymore. The fireplace exhausts almost looked like a church or something, but it's not the bells, it's the fire pit exhaust. Yeah, thank you guys for the GGs, and for the nice words. Thank you guys also for all the chatting and making sure I keep some kind of focus. I'm kind of tempted to just floor it across the fields. The issue is just that if at some point it starts saying that I'm going the wrong way around, there is no way I stop the car in time to avoid a penalty. But it's such a nice touch that there is a mod which has like a actual drivable fields. Not sure if one of you guys watched GeoWizard, but I watched some of his straight line mission across Wales and stuff like that. I feel like GeoWizard now. Such a nice scenery. Like even these hedges, I mean they are 2D, but they are kind of good quality. Is this... it's not collidable, okay, yeah. Ah. Yeah, well... once in a while there is a racing track with barriers that is collidable. Anyway. I guess I don't have an engine anymore. I think we were asked not to crash on the in-lap. I didn't want to crash, I just wanted to explore. Oh yeah, Forza Horizon, yes. I need the music. I have a different music, right? And this kind of music doesn't really go well with the GeoWizard style of videos. I think I will have to do some interviews there. Let's quickly jump. They will want me to be in waiting for interview. Push to talk assigned. So let's check the replay. Nice, nice tire texture. So first I'm gonna go to Mr. Kirsten. And see what happened with him. What? Ah, it was just a rear snap. Oh no, it's just such a low speed incident like that. That can happen every lap so easily. Oh, poor man. Wait, I have a scene for replays. Ah, poor man. It's just that the rear lock on the brakes. On the downshift. 4th to 2nd gear. Big oof. Drive across Ireland in a completely straight line challenge. That would be a nice challenge. It would be nice to have like some racing simulator like Microsoft's Flight Simulator, right? Just that like the road, like the scenery would get loaded like it does in MS Flight Simulator. Just that I guess it's a bit easier to simulate flying across stuff than driving across stuff. Some more replays to be seen. Ooh. Oh no.
Congratulations, Yone.
Thanks a lot, Darren.
Oh, what that was that was tough.
That was extremely tough. Like, at some point, like in the end, I was just driving 9 seconds of pace.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to survive. And
Yeah,
I managed to bin it once as well.
Yeah, like I mean, I visited some bushes and some hedges like a couple of times, but luckily I didn't hit it as hard as some others. I'm just checking replay, like Donut went just a little bit off and then had like huge correction 2-3 times and then had a crash with somebody, and I saw how Kirsten DNF'd, like such a low speed unfortunate accident.
Oh no, yeah, it's such a unforgiving circuit. It is probably the hardest round of the series, I'd say.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, well done, mate. Rafa domination, yet again.
For now, I mean the pace was not there, right?
No, I was surprised, like, because you were behind both Nicholas and Dundrod for a lot of the first part of the race, right?
Yeah, I think in quali I messed up a little bit. I qualified on low fuel.
Race winners.
Oops.
And first of all,
I got pulled.
we have, well, at this point I'm pretty sure a voodoo practitioner, because I don't know how you guys keep doing it. Yanni Simoncic, how many voodoo dolls did you go through? So everyone but you would hit some sort of misfortune.
I mean, I don't know about dolls and stuff. I know about hedges and about bushes. I visited many of them several times. I have my favorite hedge now around this track, which I went through a couple of times, and it's very nice. It feels very, very soft.
You feel at home now.
almost feels like at home, but no, it was such a mentally draining challenge. Like you can go flat out for 3 laps, but then you will be having to go off pace quite a bit for many laps.
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine that. And let me ask you: did you have any doubt in originally in the qualifying pace? Since Nicholas looked very, very fast, you know. Then Dundrod also, of course, incredibly speedy around here. Ladi, very strong. So the Tabor Lagarde's a lot stronger here than at Longford. Were there any doubts you were fighting with?
For sure. In the quali, like I was constantly crashing on the outlaps. I did like a 4 minute 17 in practice. But in quali I was just nowhere on pace, and it felt crazy. Like I was talking with chat like that I still need to convince them that I'm actually able to drive a lap around the track. And then I just I noticed when I was doing a fuel tank run at the end of warm-up that the car feels a lot better, and then I realized, oh yes, this car is actually really nice in some corners with full tank and really bad on low fuel. So I thought, well, that will help me, but let's just make the start safe, and then let's see what happens. And actually then slowly but surely I convinced myself that I'm able to have some pace, and suddenly I was leading the race. So yeah, there were quite some mental barriers to be broken.
Absolutely, but I think now with this, you've definitely convinced your chat that you can race this track. But yeah, either way, do you want to do any shout-outs to sponsors, teammates, family?
I mean, what can I say? Massive shout out and thank you to the Rafa Racing Club for all the support that they give to me, and that they support me with the streaming as well, so I can both race and stream at the same time in kind of acceptable fashion, or maybe better and better as the race progresses, as the races progress. So yeah, thank you to the whole club and all the Rafa guys.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Then you can go ahead and celebrate properly, my friend. Very well done, and see you on the track for the César du Grand.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for organizing all this. It's massive fun.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you very much for taking part.
For Sport 2000 class, was getting into it with another car in front of me.
Well, I will quickly shut this down. So, well, if I have not said thank you enough yet, then once more, thank you guys for watching, for commenting, for all the likes, for all the subs. See you probably tomorrow in LMU at Kota. I need to decide what car I want to drive, but I need to do that weekly race because there is some unfinished business. Until then, have a nice rest of the day or evening, and goodbye.